Good morning, mooncakes. It is 3 o'clock here in my country, Philadelphia. And I am out of bed. Nope. Like, there we go. You're just like a little too loud, bud. Good morning, Salty. Congrats on being first in the chat and first in our hearts. It's lovely to see you. Good morning, Mushby. It's lovely to see you. Good morning. I hope you're both doing well. I was able to log into TL-chan, so I was able to this side of the screen. Get translation bot up and going again. I'm so tired. I took a nap like half this like between half of this morning and half of this afternoon. And I'm still really tired. What the I was just looking at the game. What do you mean it's 1 in 4? What do you mean? I literally just hit it out of the park. Good morning, Bestie Aeon. It's good to see you. Well, cheers, Phillies. I could get used to drinking Strong Zero. It's really good. I don't really care much for the strawberry. It tastes like strawberry, but I don't think it's the best flavor. I don't know why it's called 196 here. Is there some reason they couldn't just call it fucking Strong Zero? Minus 196. I'm also an EP. Like I was just saying, like I took a nap through like half the morning and half the afternoon already, and I'm ready to go back to bed. Like I felt awful about myself, so I like forced myself to hop in the shower and be like kind of a person, which is why I'm here. But like if I had my choice, I mean like I say like if I had my choice, I did have my choice, but like if I didn't like feel gross about myself and take a shower, I'd probably just be sitting on my bed watching Kamen Rider. I'm gonna be real about that. Sometimes you just need to binge watch like an entire season of Kamen Rider in like a weekend, and that's just what you need to do. Let's get this game up and running so I can not think about how bad the Phillies fucking suck right now. God damn. At least the Flyers are doing well. The Flyers winning last night has made me realize exactly how much, like how fucking bitch made the fucking Pens fandom is. Oh my god. Are the Penguins just the whiniest fandom in the NHL? The temptation to go Cubs just as a troll. Listen, you're allowed to like bad teams. I think Alpine's a Cubs fan, so you wouldn't even be the first. Okay, so according to Sawayoshi, this game had a soft lock, where you just couldn't advance, and it was literally the next story mode that I was going to do. And the patch came out literally on my birthday. You have family in Chicago, to be fair. Is it the Pope? Are you Catholic? Sorry. Let's give it a try. Sometimes I can do a level 10, I think. Balance board, good morning. Welcome in, it's lovely to see you. Baseball! True. Are you a baseball fan? He was, but it's not. No, it's not the Pope. Your family's Irish, so it was either Chicago or Boston. Fair. Ari, illegal Ari. The good news is that both of our team, when they're series, they don't immediately face each other. It's another series before. Was that semis? Or is that just gonna be finals? Not a sports girly. You've dealt with Detroit shit for— yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised I passed this, honestly. Eastern final? Okay. I'm not doing a 12. I've always been way more of a hockey person than a baseball person, despite, like, being about the Phillies my entire life. Like, watching baseball was great before you had a concept of time. Or before I did anyway. Right, when like just being at the stadium was exciting and you had no idea what was going on. And then like I actually learned about baseball and I'm like, man, this is really hard to watch. And then I've come to the conclusion that like probably a lot of trauma response. But hockey ended up being great for my ADHD ass, where it's like there's something always going on. It's exciting and easy to follow. And there's violence. Like I don't care if the Flyers lose the entire rest of the playoffs. We embarrassed Sidney Crosby and that's good enough for me. And it looks like we're about to send the Pens home. Like that's all I wanted out of this playoff run, was to just shut the fucking Pens up. But the problem is that I underestimated how much the Pens fans love listening to themselves talk. Like, I'm a streamer. I'm okay with listening to myself talk, but like, man, Penguins fans are just hot air, eh? Just hot air and tears. Like their coach and the entire rest of the fan base behind him is like, Crosby hasn't gotten a fucking embellishment call ever in his 20 seasons of fucking professional play, and everybody else is like, how has he not gotten an embellishment call in the 21 years of his professional career? Dude's taking more dives than a fucking soccer game. I think I've hit flow state because I'm no longer, like, actually mentally registering what keys I need to hit. Sometimes you look at how Montreal did it. That's as much as you get into it these days. You watch one American football game a year. Your town produced the record holder for penalty minutes in professional hockey. We'll never support Chicago hockey. Good. I refuse to believe that team exists anymore after, was it the 2010-2011 finals where we lost to fucking Chicago? Alpine, good morning. Submarine Sydney dive. Now I know, right? And like, they played the replay, and the entire stadium is giving like him these like OU looks, and he's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. And then the fans are like, oh my god, can you believe this? The fucking refs are against us. Meanwhile, they have like the most fucking power plays in this entire series. You're here for gay. Well, welcome in. Hi, Alpine. Also, god damn it, Alpine. Compliment for Salty. Doing very well, taking care of Kai and yourself has been a hard reprioritization, and very good. Hell yes. Love to see it. Exactly. Thank you for looking after our friends. I'm kind of blanking. I'm just gonna go like with my standard. Hey, Salty, you're just like a great fucking friend, and I'm so thankful you're around all the time. As we drove under the night sky, I felt something rest on my shoulder. Ah, Ski's asleep. I don't know if she or Dawn needed to sleep before their time on Layer 0. But regardless, she was evidently tired. She definitely needed that rest for what for what was coming. How are you feeling, Saturday? About as ready as I can be. I don't think there's any universe where this isn't scary. Yeah, I'm glad you're hanging in there, at least. You're headed over to Cape Soya, the northernmost part of Japan. Due to how the Duskbreaker simulates the time of day, there's a brief moment in the turnover between days. The simulation processing is slightly weakened. We intended to use that to our advantage to backdoor the system to the best of our ability. I looked at my phone. It was 11:57 p.m. Just then, Chio stopped the car. Hey, Shin. We're here. Ready? Yeah. Hey, Ski. Up and at 'em. Ski's eyes fluttered open, and she sat up quickly, seemingly embarrassed. A 5-stream streak. Bling, bang, bang, boom. Hell yeah. Thank you for streaking. Well, uh-huh. Her eyes adjusted to the light, and she understood. Ah, right. Okay, let's go. We stepped out of the car. Despite the importance of the location, Cape Soya wasn't very extravagant. It housed a simple stone monument listing its status as the northernmost point, and a small number of tourist attractions around it. We stepped up to the monument and waited. It was 10 seconds to midnight. Ski and I steeled ourselves, ready to jump onto anything that seemed odd at the turnover to midnight. I'm not so bad, Shin. How are you? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There. At the turnover to midnight, a piece of the stone that made up the monument began to twitch and glitch out. You rushed forward and tugged at it. A piece of the geometry gave way, and I peered inside. From above, I could see the inside of the room that Storyteller and I had stood in before. Before the merge process, it was the Duskbreaker's core. You refreshed? Yo, hell yeah. What do you mean 5 to 2? What the fuck? Dinner was tasty and you're feeling full? Hell yeah, what'd you have for dinner? Pushed my head through the seam in the world and pulled on a piece of the world, pulling it out and into the simulated layer. Is that? It's a remote piece of the Duskbreaker's core. Looks like it lets us remotely access the terminal. Oh my god, we did it? Hold on, something about this isn't... Before she could finish speaking, however, all three of us heard a clicking sound. It was a familiar clicking sound, one I'd first heard many months ago, in the Okawachi's shrine, but had heard it over 1,000,000 times since then. The clicking of a gun. Spicy bean and sausage casserole with some roasted sweet potato, proper hearty filling noms. Hell yeah. And what, might I ask, do we have here? The three of us turned around in shock, though we shouldn't have really been surprised. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Just a few feet away from the monument stood a tall, familiar figure. The Liberator. That does sound good. Trying to backdoor your own creation, are we? Chio? Are we, Chio? I thought you had more respect for your own work than to hack into it just like that. Chio grit her teeth. Lives are at stake here, Dawn. We're doing what we have to do. What you have to do? That sounds a little weird to me. What you had to do was enjoy the rest of your days peacefully and wait for me to come up to you on the turn of the new year. What are you talking about? What's happening in the new year? Dawn laughed, an emotionless laugh, or so it seemed. Fine, I'll humor you. You already threw away the chance at peace I gave you by coming out here to pull such a ridiculous stunt in the first place. Probably never make it because Gailey would not like the spicy, the bean, or the sausage part of that in terms of culinary things. Yeah, I'm not crazy about beans, and spicy is like specific flavors for me. I don't like the taste of hot sauce, so it has to be like a dry rub, spicy kind of, like spice kind of spicy. Because hot sauce just tastes like grass to me. Cut the villain act and just get to the point, Liberator. And of course, if it isn't our very own traitor, what a crowd we've got tonight. Good morning, Red. I hope all the folks watching from your precious little TVO clients are entertained, because I sure as hell am. Ski tensed up as if to get ready to attack. I held her back. She was clearly trying to provoke us. At the turn of the new year, I prepared my own little escape rope just for you. The ultimation. No. You set up the fucking... What the hell are you doing? Of course you would know what it is, wouldn't you? How does it feel, World Keeper? Finally putting your precious little backup plan into motion. Keeping myself as composed as I could, I turned to Ski. Ski, what's the ultimation? It was a backup plan. Backup plan that I prepared during the initial events of the severance of emotion. A backup plan that corrupts a simulator entirely. Right, you're being bullied into going walk by the proper house guest. I mean, you have to listen to the house guest. It's just proper hospitality, isn't it? Have good walkies, Aeon. True. What? Why the hell did you... I don't know. I can't figure out why I did half the things I did, okay? I'm sorry. And you...
We've got the clap and we're giving it to you. We've got the clap and we're giving it to you. We've got the clap and we're giving it to you. Who's got the clap? We do, we do.
Squiddy, good morning. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Good morning, Squiddy. Good morning, Gornser. Did I pronounce that right? Please correct me if I did. Who else came? Thank you for giving Squiddy a shout out. Let me actually close this tab. How was your stream? Wait, I got left behind on the raid. What the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Anyway, how was Shapes 2? Friends, if you didn't come with the raid, and you're not following dear friend Squiddy, you done fuck up your entire life. And the only way to fix that is to hit the follow button immediately, if not sooner. And if you came here from the raid, you don't know who I am. Hi, my name's Allison Napalm. I'm a transgender streamer here on Twitch. I use she, her pronouns. I stream a whole variety of things. Today we're doing a rhythm game called Vivid Stasis. We're kind of at the end of it. Captions? Okay, captions caught up. Okay. I think we're kind of at the end of it anyway. But I do a whole variety of things, from like RPGs to music games to speedrunning to live music, Lego Gunpla, everything you can imagine I've pretty much done here, except for like a cooking stream and a hot tub stream, because I have space for neither of those. But hey, I have a raid video. It looks a little bit like this. Alice shits a brick. Unless you're talking about like a meat tenderizer, but I prefer to beat my meat manually, you know? Nothing but like, what do you think fantasy football is? It's just TTRPG for people who like watching men in tights touch each other. Fuck ass birds. Hand me all your money and then you can die. Has anyone tried giving the Eiffel Tower some Viagra?
That's like debatably the guitar. That or, well, a Telecaster.
More of a Stratocaster, girly.
Or a Strat, if you're
Yeah,
five.
there you... Shut up! Also fairly confident in my last judge. Definitely sure will not lead to my downfall whatsoever. I wasn't even gonna ask. I was just gonna hit him with the circumciser. Stuck a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass. I ain't found none yet. Get fucking circumcised, bro. My entire brand is dick jokes. Anything you learned from my stream today, chat, don't put chopsticks in your pee hole. Just don't put chopsticks in your pee hole. That's all you gotta do. I don't even think most people need to be told that, but if you're one of the people who do, you're welcome. It's a little bit of the nonsense that we get up to. She turned back to face Dawn. Are you insane? I thought your MO was to save Saturday without me. What the hell is corrupting the simulator supposed to do to help that? Squiddy, congrats on being not first. Better luck next time, champ. Dawn laughed again, because it doesn't give you a choice. Twilight Sparkle coated bow? Which one? They're all wearing bows. You know which one? I am 1 strong 0 and an edible deep. No, I don't. Also, strong 0 is good. Dawn looked up at the sky. In just 10 days, everything here will be reduced to nothing. I do have Saturday's best interest in mind, and there's only one casualty I was aiming for. Yours. Ski? Okay, I kind of see it. Enjoying the gummies? Yeah, I took one of the little 5 milligram ones, so I'm not, like, completely off my ass for this. You just stayed put in Tokyo, or Sapporo, or whatever, you would have been able to live the last few weeks in peace. And then, everything would end, and I would come for all of you, to save you. Saving Allison, Chio, Saturday, and those 2 hapless world-crossing sisters. You would have been saved, and Ski would have been left to rot down here as everything crumbled to dust around her. That's what I wanted. That's insane. That's fucking insane. What the hell? And yet, here you are. We're gonna have an ad start any moment now. If you're not subscribed, you'll see about a minute and a half of ads. Those help support the stream, and I thank you for sticking through them. She lowered her hand that had the gun in it. I don't want any harm to come to any of you other than her. Don't make me this any harder than it has to be. For your own sakes. A ripple of silence echoed across the night sky and into the waves behind us. No. Dawn seemed genuinely surprised to hear that answer. No? I decline. Decline? How so? I reject your offer. We're all leaving here together. None of us are being left behind. Dawn looked down. Whatever expression she wore, I couldn't make it out. So be it. She snapped her fingers, and suddenly, loud rumbling surrounded us. On either side of Dawn, a large grid of fissures opened up in the air behind her, and from each one, a cannon protruded, all aimed at the monument. So we're just going full, like, Fate's Day Night Gilgamesh. Dawn looked back at us, back to her normal self. Then we'll dance your way, Saturday, Tesogare. With a maniacal laugh, she rose into the sky, hovering above us, surrounded by the cannons on both sides. There had to have been over 100 of them by now. And what do you plan to do against this? It's looking pretty grim for your chances right now, I must say. I won't be shot. Say it again. Couldn't quite hear you from up here. You won't shoot me. Hilarious. And what makes you so sure of that? I'm just dying to know. Your ultimation. It's charging up, isn't it? There's no avoiding it. Sure. What's your point, girl? I couldn't stop myself from getting a little smug. If it's charging on layer 1 and you're aligned with layer 1, you can't reset the cycle. It would require you to restart the charging process. And as a result, you can't hurt me. You'd be stuck down here as the world corrupts. Therefore, you won't shoot me. Or more specifically, you can't shoot me. Oh, damn. I guess you got me. Not. Do you really think that this is all about, Saturday? Maybe you're still just as dense as you are at the start of every cycle. I clenched my fist. Then go on. What do you plan to do? Lay it all on the table. We'll give you a fair fight. You're right that I can't harm you or Chio. Even if I could, I wouldn't. But she is a different story now, isn't she? I realized what Dawn was getting at, and why my composure broke in an instant, or so it seemed. No, you bastard, you wouldn't. Oh, but I would. And in fact, I think I will. What a shame. Okay, so is that what she's after? I'm gonna need your help here then. Dawn raised her pistol and aimed it squarely at Ski. Okay, listen. I'm gonna need you to follow some very specific instructions here, alright? I said it once before, and I have no qualms with saying it again. Good night, Saturday, Tesogare. Dawn fired her gun, and a bullet erupted from it. There was no way Ski was going to be able to move in time. Ski, no. Okay, please, restart the TVO client now. Am I supposed to do this? No. Mash, 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 mash. Restart the TVO client now. This is talking directly to us, the player, so let's try Alt F4 on that screen, specifically. Maybe it doesn't need to be an Alt F4, maybe it just needs to be an escape. But that's exactly the type of bullshit they would put in this. Aha! No, I was right. Yeah. Okay, okay. Hello? Hello? Good night, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again soon. I have no idea what I'm reading.
Do you understand now? This world was never ours to intervene, and yet here we stand. You and I have torn this world asunder and put it back together countless times by now. We have broken the rules of the world. The entire world axis just by being here. Though, the you that she and I refer to are not the same. Surely you realize this too.
Oh, I can't read any of this. Oh no, I probably will. A gunshot, an impact, the sound of splattering blood. But nobody could see any of it. It wasn't that it never existed. It did, but now it didn't. I opened my eyes and the first thing I saw was shock. What? Huh? I'm not... What? Dawn hit the ground with a shockwave. What did you do? I could see her frantically double-checking that the cycle count hadn't changed, which it hadn't.
Saturday, I swear to fucking God, if you don't tell me right, you're not as smart as you think you are. You know that? Dawn stepped back, shocked. What are you talking about? If you hadn't noticed what I've been up to the whole time, I mean... Cut the small talk, girl. Tell me. Now. She pointed her pistol at me. Seems like any reservation she had about putting me in harm's way had vanished. Back when we fought at the graveyard, and I became one of the storyteller. What the fuck is storyteller? What the hell are we even going on about? It's a little cathartic, I admit, being the one on the other end of the situation. I had the answers and she wanted them. She didn't understand it all. Tell me, Dawn, what layer am I synchronized with? You're in layer 0. You have to be layer 0. There's no conceivable universe where you aren't layer 0. Correct. I'm synchronized with layer 0. Then why? Hey, Dawn. Have you ever heard of a video game emulator? You aren't saying... You couldn't have. You saved and reloaded this in the entire state of the World Keeper? I smiled. Dawn staggered back in shock. She was quickly realizing there was little she could do to counteract this. Shit. You're fucking mental. I stepped forward. The game is over, Dawn. You've lost. But it seems like my one-up on her wouldn't last very long. She quickly got up on and brushed off the dirt that had gotten on her dress in her fall. If you think that's going to be enough to take me down, then you haven't been paying enough attention. I stanced up cautiously, unsure of what she was planning. Are you forgetting the one thing I have that you don't? Yeah, and what would that be? Dawn smiled again, another cold smile devoid of any sympathy. The end of the world. It's not charged up yet. Don't try to trick us with that. Who said it needed to be fully charged? Do you wait until your phone's at 100% before taking it off the charger? But trying to activate the ultimation prematurely is... Do you have any idea of the risk that possesses? And Dawn's anger flared up. I don't have a choice. None of you understand. If Saturday wants to play with fire, then we'll dance by fire. In an instant, she was gone. Even I could tell her retreat was hasty. It must have really concerned her with my newfound ability to save and load the data of the simulator. Ski, what happens if ultimation's activated prematurely? Nothing good, and even worse than it already would have been. The deletion process has less power to draw from, so it's prone to... Before she could finish, just like at the graveyard, the sky turned a violent shade of red. Chio read over. Hubs, thank you for the 5 months at Jesus, thank you. Thank you for your continued support. Good morning, it's lovely to see you, friend. How you doing? Watch out. Immediately above us, a large meteor materialized in the air, glitching and twitching like a dying animal from the various polygons that it was made up of. Shit, go! We ran as fast as we could back to Chio's car. How about them flyers, baby? Let's go. We made Crosby look like more of a bitch than he already is. Why am I in the red? Why am I bleeding frames? Okay. Okay, Comcast. I made it in time. I could only watch as the meteor fell, destroying the entirety of the monument that marked the northernmost part of Japan. Did we make it? Make Crosby regret coming back. I didn't realize that he retired, but also I just don't pay attention to the pens. Ski grimaced. We're not out of the woods yet, Chio. Get the car going now. A violent earthquake began to shake the ground. Tears and cracks in the simulated earth formed as the ground began to split apart. Jumped in Chio's car as fast as we could. As we sped down the highways, I heard a shrill laugh above us. I couldn't see who it was, but there was someone up in the sky. I knew who it was. Let's see you wiggle your way out of this one. There was no mistaking it. It was the end of the world. We had gained an invaluable ability and sped up our time limit at the same time. There was no more turning back. This is the finale of the story. Okay, let's try it. I don't think I've ever done a 12 before. He's retirement, but signed a 2-year deal. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I don't know how I read that. I don't know how I only got it. I don't know how I got a B on that. Excuse me? I forgot about the dial-up noise.
Was that the emergency alert? A little bit of both. Now I don't remember how the game screamed at me. That felt like so much harder than a 3, honestly. I completely spaced out for like the last minute of that song. Game go brr. True. Look, sometimes just being slightly intoxicated is like the perfect mix for playing music games. Goa-san. No, Koa. Koa-san. Ohayou gozaimasu. Irashai. Good morning, welcome in. I followed you from, Brian, right? You're the 2DX person in Canada. Good morning. It's good to see you. Hell yeah, welcome in. I am maybe slightly intoxicated and playing through Vivid Stasis for the first time. Actually, speaking of, I'm gonna go refresh my beverage. Be right back. Wait, what do you mean it's now 6-2? Yeah, so no story spoilers. I think we're at the end though. Slightly intoxicated. Look, I only had one strong zero and one very small edible. It's fun though, not a fan of narrative rhythm driven games. I'm very much arcade music game person, so like music games having fucking storylines is wild to me. Like, I started on DDR and then like went to fucking 2DX. Personally, I'm right there with you, friend. I'm very much arcade music gamer. Why, hello there. I find myself awake, not in this place that I would expect, but a formless abyss. The biggest pet peeve is locking song unlocks behind story progression. Yeah. They worked hard on it. It should, like I started playing Unbeatable, like, way back when, like, before even White Label came out. And that was really great. I'm so glad that, like, when Unbeatable proper came out, like, I played through the story mode, because it was great. Made me cry forever. But I still love just going to arcade mode and being like, pick the song, play the song. Not in the place that I would expect, but a formless abyss. It's been a bit since we've been able to chat like this. My vision adjusts, and I make out the form of the woman in front of me. Ah, storyteller. Well, you remembered. I'm honored. It'd be hard not to. Why have I been pulled awake like this?
Ah, right. I do apologize for waking an observer, such as yourself, from your position, but I felt it necessary to dispel some information about the oncoming apocalypse. I'm all ears. As you've just observed, Saturday has gained an invaluable asset to her journey, the ability to store Duskbreaker data in your world and access it remotely to save and load, in a sense. We're going to have an ad break in like a minute. If you're not subscribed, you'll see about a minute and a half of ads. This helps support the stream, and I thank you for sticking through them. I nodded. I'd like to introduce a little mechanic I've added in the TVO client to allow you to assist her in surviving this ordeal. I've dubbed it the Memory Bank. I see. From this point forward, you'll be able to remotely store and re-access the data of the individual inhabitants of the sim layer in the memory bank. Think of it as a safe state for an individual person. This feature is quite intensive on the client, so I've limited it to only being able to store one slot at any time. Ads are starting soon. If you want to replace the ad data stored in the memory bank, you'll need to clean out the old data first. This seems really helpful, but how exactly did you make this? You're not exactly here anymore. Storyteller laughed. I wonder. I'm sure you'll find the answer to that in time. There's always more dimensions than what you can see. Right. Oh, of course there is. Regardless, I may still have a part to play here, so I'm sticking around as best I can. At least for now. Fair enough. Now, this dream must come to an end. Return to your slumber of observation. Surely you'll be able to guide Saturday to our reunion. Appreciate it. Don't mention it. Nighty-night. Now. By the time we made it back to Sapporo, it was after 1 a.m. I'd ended up taking a safer but slower route back. We drove right back to the hotel where we were staying, but spotted a familiar face on the way there. 2, actually. Is that Ari and Katomi? What are they doing this far from the hotel? We pulled over and waved to them. What's going on, you two? Funnily enough, that was going to be my question. Where's Allison? We were out for a walk when all of this started. She should still be at the hotel. Began to panic. Nothing good was to be gained from Allie being alone during all of this. Chio, come on. You too. You too. Hop in, quick. They did as they were told, and Chio sped through the streets. The world was in a state of chaos. Random buildings had caught fire. Some had been entirely absorbed into the earth. The human beings that Duskbreaker had so faithfully simulated were corrupted, glitchy messes, barely able to replicate any proper Japanese. The constant red tinge of the sky made things exponentially more ominous, of course. But it was a bona fide apocalypse. No way around it. We were witnessing the end of the world before our very eyes. As we sped through the streets, a large crack opened up right in front of us, but Chio swerved out of the way just in time. We finally reached the hotel, and I ran inside up the stairs. And as I climbed, I could feel the rising heat, both figuratively and literally, inside of me. The building was on fire. Fuck, Allison, come on! I felt the heat, and I remembered that day in Tanegashima, or rather, those thousands of days. Those thousands of times that I yelled at Allie, my best friend, my favorite person in the whole wide world. In the whole wide world, Access, the love of my life. Please, please, please. But we weren't in the cycles anymore. We couldn't reset the timeline. If this was it, then... No, I'm not letting that happen. I reached the floor we were staying on and rushed through our room. Embers greeted me. I swung the door open and my eyes took a bit to adjust to what I was seeing. First, rubble. Then, from under it, 2 contrasting colors. 2 objects. Green and red. A hoodie sleeve and blood. No, come on, Allie. The World Keeper and Liberator within me fought to move that rubble aside and gaze upon what lies underneath, or to run away now. I couldn't choose either before my strength gave way. I fell to my knees. And then the fire consumed me. A familiar feeling. This is what it's like to die again. If I hit E. Attempt to load the character data to memory bank. If the data is incomplete, it will not be loaded. Press confirm to load data. Story lock 2. After seeing the fate of her true love, she still allowed Chio to take the safer route. Okay. So maybe it's after we check into the hotel. Maybe when we're just talking to Allison. Shoutouts to speedrunning. Is it this one? Okay, this doesn't feel... I think I might have fucked up. So we're gonna... exit, please. Okay, so I can't load here. Okay, where am I supposed to load? Okay, I'm gonna play another song again. Cat Dad, welcome in. Womp. I'll take a B. I'll take a B on that for sure, for sure. What am I supposed to do here? Huh? Oh. I brought off the screen even though I can't see it because it's whited out. Nap, Saturday, you're asleep, you're dreaming. Alright, this is when we're supposed to be leaving. This is when we find out about the back door to the program. Is there a point where we talk to Allison about like our plans? I would like to go find that point specifically. I don't think it's gonna be in any scene that doesn't have Allison in it, but it feels like there's so few. She still allowed Chio to take the safer route. Okay. I think we have to load from here. Suddenly I felt my mind overwhelm itself and my vision blanked out. Ah, Allison. But there was no longer any fire around me. Instead, in front of me stood two concerned girls. Huh? Allison? Saturday, are you okay? What the fuck? What? I was confused. It took me a moment to realize, but I did. So it was you, huh? I guess it makes sense that you'd be able to do that much more freely than I could. Regardless, thank you. Thank you so fucking much. Saturday, what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost. No time to explain. If we do this right, I very well might have. Come on, put your foot to the pedal. Okay, we're gonna take the safer route. Don't want to risk this at... No. Sorry, we can't. Huh? Why not? I gulped. Okay, listen. You're not going to believe me, but I'll explain anyway. I came from about an hour into the future, a future where we took the safe route. We got back to Sapporo and the hotel was up in flames, and Allison, she... Calm down, girl. Chio, go. We don't have time for the longer route. Right, on it. So I ended up taking the faster route. As we drove, my mind was racing over what had just occurred. Did you save my data and load it? I guess you can't respond, but if you can you try loading me again? Don't know how this is integrated into your TVO client, but maybe try saving my data and loading it immediately. The feeling's really distinct. I'll know if it worked. Ha! Ski looked over at me in shock. Fair enough, I guess. But that's besides the point. It worked. I remember passing by this place on the ride back. Holy shit, I actually made it back in time. This is fucking insane. Okay, but seriously, this is insanely helpful. We'll need this to survive all of this shit. I'm counting on you, okay? We made it back a lot earlier thanks to the route we took. This time, we didn't run into Ari and Kotomi in the same spot, but closer to the hotel. I explained the situation and they got in as we raced towards the hotel. I know I shouldn't be surprised anymore by this, but it's mind-boggling nonetheless. Useful, absolutely, but very confusing. Yeah, I don't know the extent to which it can be used, but I had Alice do a test save on the way here. So they can do them relatively frequently, I think. Once we arrived, I rushed out of the hotel and up the stairs. The building was not aflame yet. I burst in the hotel room. On the single bed was Allison, sleeping, not dead. Oh my god. I couldn't help myself from falling to my knees and sobbing. I was so sure I lost the most important person in the world to me forever. All of that was just coming out now. My sobbing seemed to wake Allie up. She got out of bed and helped me up. Sad? What's wrong? Are you okay? I'm better than okay, Allie. I'm just so happy to see you. Allison got a little flustered. What's gotten into you, girl? Tell me what's up. I promise I will, but I need to get out of here right now. Trust me. Oh, okay. She put on her shoes and we rushed down the stairs. And as we did, she observed a few glitches in the terrain. What the hell is going on? It's the end of the world, no other way to put it. And now isn't the time to mince words. The end of the world? Then dawn. She's trying to corrupt the simulated world and everyone in it. That's obscene. Christ. We rushed out the front door of the hotel. Chiyotsuki and Kotomi and Eri were all standing at the back entrance, so we ran up to them. You guys holding up? As best we can. Looks like Allison's okay. Yeah, just barely accordingly to Saturday. Okay, Allie, there's one more thing I need to explain. I'm all ears. I told her about the newly gained safe state ability and how I'd seen her body in an alternate timeline. It took her a bit to grasp the idea, but she did eventually understand. Then looked up at the sky. It was red, starting to dissipate, but the glitches remained. Kept getting more frequent. Can't believe this actually happening. Just what the hell is Dawn thinking? I wish I could tell you, but we don't have time to worry about that, and we need a plan of action, and fast. About that, I might have some kind of thread we can follow. I turned to Ski. Go on. It's a Lock 2 cycle that I find myself coming back to from time to time. I think it was 2149, around there anyway. In this cycle, you did something you didn't do in any of the other cycles. After you got your leg injured, and I did the whole break-in thing, you didn't go to Tokyo. Huh? You waited for your leg to heal, and then you went back to the shrine. You went back underground, and something really bizarre happened. You fell through the world into the code of the Duskbreaker, and Dawn committed suicide to reset the cycle. What? How does that happen? Spent most of the next cycle studying it, and what I determined was this. You're aware that a lot of the story lock moments up to Loch S are Dawn's doing, right? Specifically, the museum fire and the shrine cave-in. Yeah, she was artificially creating a story for me to follow. So when Dawn on layer 1 manipulates properties on layer 0, it leaves a slight trace behind. The world isn't anticipating having been forcefully played with like that, and it doesn't quite know what to do. Oh hey, we're catching up. Good to see Phillies. No one-inning scoring today. And from these, you can backdoor the code in a similar way to what we did at the monument. Huh, and there's 2 of these. 3, that the Tanakashima Geology Museum's remains. The basement of the Sunrise Foundation Lab at Okawachi Shrine, and the basement of the Sunrise Building in Shinjuku. All places that Dawn was involved with bringing into the sim layer. Wait, if those exist, then why didn't we go for those instead of the whole Soya thing? Oh yeah, about that. I forgot. Huh? I've learned that being more human has given me, actual memory, so I can forget things now. Sorry. No, it's okay. Just was curious is all. I nodded. Would these weak spots even still be there, or would the Duskbreaker auto-repair them with enough time? They stick around. In cycles that reached Loch S, the museum weak point was still there. She for gore. I'd be worried about the corruption of the world itself affected, worried about the corruption of the world itself affected those at all. Should we check the one in Shinjuku just to be sure? I agree with Allie. Better to be safe than sorry. Ski, Allie, are you guys good to come with me to do that? I am, but what about the others? Once we arrive back in Tokyo, I want you 3 to split off from us. Find a place we can safely rest for a bit. We need a base of operations of sorts, I think. I concur. We can do that. Yeah, got it. Okay, let's get at it. Do you think the trains are still operational? They automatically operated, right? Even if the attendants are glitched out, we can still use the trains themselves. It's worth a shot. Let's go. It turns out that the trains were indeed still operational. We hopped the turnstile since there was nobody to punish us for doing so. Got on the next available train back to Tokyo. Hell yeah.
Nightshade. Gonna have, oh, we have an ad break. Shit. Whoops. Hell yeah. Aria of Ruinated Winds. Okay.
Hey, Cress. Good morning. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yo, we got an S rank on the first try. Let's fucking go. Let's go, dude. Having a physical no good. Oof. I'm sorry to hear that, friend. The train back to Shinjuku arrived just past 2 in the morning. Ali, Ski, and I stepped out into the familiar streets of the red light district. And the Sunrise Building is the Sunrise Building even still gonna be there? Remembering right, it seems like it only existed because Dawn allows us to. It'll still be there. It's too much effort for her to dispose of it afterwards. And so far, we've only got past Log S this one time. Hope you're doing better than me. I'm doing alright. I'm doing pretty alright. Sure enough, the building was still there. We snuck into the lot and around the back entrance. Inside of the building was as dark as it was the last time we were here. I turned on my phone's flashlight and we walked towards the elevator. Wait, the game's tied? Am I behind? Or did they just score? Looks like they might have just scored. Also, LOL 6-7. 6-7. Wait, what? Someone made Farloom Legos. Sigma behavior. Meet with the alpha brain rot. You did hear a Rokunana, true. Now that I actually had time to observe the building itself, it's a complete disaster. Papers of gibberish were strewn everywhere to create the illusion of a real-world office building, but it was all fabricated. There's a desk flipped completely upside down with some kind of strange substance leaking out of it. It's not in a million years going to get close enough to even determine what that substance was. Nameplates for office workers were all scratched out or blurred out, and not a single one was legible. Sigma Delta DAC behavior. DAC D's nuts, ayy! I wonder if this is at all accurate to how the building is in the real world at this point. We trudged along. We trudged along the silent hallways. I felt off-putting coming from the chaos and pandemonium of the apocalypse outside of this place, cut off from all of it. Finally, we reached the elevator and pressed the button. It made a ding noise and opened up. The elevator took us to the top floor, and we stepped out and walked down the hallway towards my dad's office. Allison seemed to realize that I was tensing up slightly coming back here, so she took my hand, and I opened the door and entered. Inside of the office was virtually unrecognizable from the clean slate as clean state it had been in before. The floor tiles had cracked, the wallpaper had torn itself off, strange scratch marks adorned all of the walls. It looked like a murder scene. What the hell is this? Likely, if I had to guess, the true state of this room. Don't hit it when you came here for the first time, but the illusion's been broken. Oh my god, what the hell happened here? I have no idea. This is at least somewhat based on the state of the building in the real world. It looks like maybe there was a fight or something. Don't really have any way of knowing. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, let's just push forward. to get out of this creepy room as soon as I could. I opened the hidden bookcase and called the elevator to the basement. Sure enough, with a louder than usual rattle, the elevator door opened. The three of us stepped inside it, cautiously. The elevator descended, but about halfway down, we felt the world shake around us. Shit, what now? It's an earthquake. Follow the times to... She didn't have time to finish her sentence. The cable hosting the elevator snapped under the pressure, and we jolted downwards. Shit. Okay, well, I need to think of another way down. Maybe there's some other way in the building somewhere? No, we came so far. She wasn't able to finish speaking. The elevator hit the cold, hard ground. And along with it, the three of us were crushed under the pressure of the impact. Story lock 3. Elevator isn't viable to use. Warn them before wasting their time going up. No, I can't see my apartment in that shot. I just realized that when I was watching either the Flyers game or the Phillies game last week, that sometimes I can just see my apartment on the broadcast, and that's fun. There we go. By the time I realized I wasn't falling anymore, Ski and Allie were already looking at me, shocked by my sudden outburst. What happened? Did you jump back again? Yeah, that was a close one. The hidden elevator in my dad's office is a no-go. An earthquake is going to hit sooner than rather than later, snapping the cable. There's no way we can get up there fast enough to start going down before it snaps. That's a problem. Is there any other way we can get to the basement? The whole point of the basement in the first place was that it was the only accessible by that one elevator. But the state of the world and the terrain might have changed. Why don't we try taking the normal elevator down to the regular basement floor from here? It's possible the cave-ins might have opened up a way for us into the secret basement. I think that's our best bet. We're already on the ground floor, so we should be able to take the elevator down a level before the earthquake hits. We gotta go now, though. We ran down the hallway to the regular elevator and called it. There was one basement level below us that housed a moderately sized car park, and from what I calculated, is about the same vertical level as the hidden basement. We made it off the elevator before the earthquake hit, and ran to the general direction of the hidden basement, perpendicular to where we were currently. Sure enough, a small crack had been torn in the wall between the two basements that we could squeeze through. Yes, good thinking, Allie. I'm just glad I was right. Come on, that earthquake is hitting any time now, right? We rushed through the small crevice into the hidden basement. There's a bit of running to do to get to the large metal gate that opened in the atrium at the end, but made it in time. Opened the gate with a small display next to it, and we rushed in. Ah, look. Sure enough, in the middle of the ground was a perfectly square chunk of the world that was noticeably more glitchy and digital than the rest. Ski ran up to it. Okay, Saturday, can you do your thing? You got it. Following her up to the weak point, I reached with my hand in and pulled the remote terminal. Immediately, however, I frowned. What is it? What's wrong? This one is different from the one at the end of the world. It's locked by high-level encryption. That shouldn't be. Why would this one be any different? I scowled. Of course I knew what had changed the locking on it. 1028. That stupid adaptive AI shit. Of course. Possible to brute force the encryption? I mean, technically, yes, every encryption lock can theoretically be brute forced, but it would require a whole lot of memory to do that remotely. Memory that there's no way this portable terminal has. Well, I might have some good news then. Ski turned back to me. Yeah? The main functionality of the Duskbreaker's core is locked behind that high-level encryption, sure, but we do have access to a low-level security terminal. It can't do much, but one of the things it can do is allocate memory from other portable terminals to this one. Ah, I see what you're getting at. If we can pull up the portable terminals from the other weak points and synchronize all of them by sending their memory into this terminal, we might have a chance, right? Yeah, what do you think, Ski? I think it's really the only shot we have. 1028 is designed in a way that there's really, that there's always an emergency way out, right? I think this is it. Okay, we tied the game. Let's go. Yeah, well, so me too. Before I could finish speaking, however, a large rumbling was heard, and I realized that our time was up. Shit, the earthquake. Alright, listen up, because contrary to what you may believe, I do in fact have a plan here. I'm all ears. Just get it over with. I'm going to reload before we enter the Sunrise building, okay? Then I'll explain everything we just learned to you two, okay? Yeah. Got it. Can you tell the observer to hurry it up, though? I don't want to get crushed, okay? Yeah, you heard her. Go quickly. Story lock 4. She just told you what to do. Okay, I'm back. Whew. Aliensky looked at me, but realized what was up soon enough. You got reloaded, huh? What happened? I did, yeah, and a lot. I'll explain. Just give me a sec. Getting reloaded is surprisingly exhausting. I caught my breath and explained what had happened in the basement. Ah, well, I'm glad that we have something at least. So, what should we do now? I think we'll need to split up into groups of 2 to be able to have all 3 terminals open at the same time. Yep, we should see an area if the others found a place for us to lie low for a bit. Can you text them? Yeah. Hey. Did you guys find a place? We're done on our side. Well, we did, but... Huh? You'll see. It's not exactly a luxury hotel, but it'll work. Here, I'll send you a map point, Send you a map point of the address to you. Send one location attachment. Okay, cool. Thanks so much. We'll make our way over now. Put away my phone and look back at Ali and Ski. They found some kind of place, I think. I have a location. Alright, is it far from here? Nope, we can walk. Alright, let's go then. I helped Ali off the bench and we left the empty lot. After splitting up from our group, Chio, Eri, and Kotomi headed closer to the main boulevard of Shinjuku. Okay, I don't exactly think we're looking for a 5-star hotel here, but we should find somewhere that's at least better than a garbage dump. Any ideas? Lurk queuing into a game. Have a good lurk, Salty. Thanks for stopping by. Why are we breaking into a hotel again? You never actually told me. Because we can't book an actual room with the state the simulated civilians are in. Fair enough, but like, have you tried? Yes, we did. It was not fun. Okay, point taken. We can try the hotel that's literally right there. Eri pointed to a large 10-ish story hotel, the Shinjuku Grand Hotel. It's worth a shot. Is there a back entrance? Of course there's a back entrance. They walked around to the back entrance, but contrary to what Chio had said, there was no employee entrance. The back door was just another entrance to the lobby. So there isn't a back entrance. Okay, yes, fine, there isn't a back entrance. Do you have better ideas? I'd say, Chio, that's kind of an L for you. Like, what are you doing? Look, it's like Kotomi pointed at the hotel right across the street, with a brand hotel marked with a large L logo. You really took an... Eri walked forward and pinched Kotomi's cheek. Ow, whoa, I hate it when you do that. I'm gonna take this seriously. I am. Seriously, let's try the L Hotel. Kotomi, you can literally see the sign from here that says they're completely closed for renovations. She's right. She was right. You could see the sign from where they stood. Although, I may be able to do something. Follow me. Kotomi followed Eri, as she ran up to the back entrance to the Hotel L. There's a door here. There sure is. Can it... I picked up some lockpicking through... I picked up some lockpicking through my time interning as a detective. Let me try this. Eri took out a small lockpicking tool and began to fiddle with it, the lock. Chio and Kotomi looked on in a mix of bewilderment and amusement. Is this really going to... No, let her cook. Check this out. While she was lockpicking, however, a shout ran out from behind them. 3 of them spun around to see an angry, glitched-out civilian point at them and yelling, "You'll never catch me alive." Harry sprinted off down the street. Kotomi and Chio shook themselves out of their shock and started running after her. Harry, wait up! The three girls ran through the corrupted night streets of Shinjuku. They'd obviously lost the person pursuing them long ago, but all three of them were too scared to look back to see that. Finally, they stopped and caught their breath. Sheesh, what a pain. Since when are you that fast? Since now. I was trying not to let whatever that thing was get its hand on me. Hey, let's go. Call over turned into a walk. We got a guy on base. Fuck your strikeout. Survival instincts are a powerful thing, you know. Chio sighed. Well, we're still without a place to stay, and I don't think going back to the hotel street is a good idea. About that. Kotomi looked up at the building we had stopped at. It was a large video arcade that advertised itself as being open late. The shutter was still open. An arcade? Is this really going to be enough? You said it yourself, we aren't really looking for a luxury residence here. Chio sighed once more. Fair, I guess. Let's see if any of the floors are, like, empty. Ooh. They combed through 8 of the arcade's floors, but they were all at least a bit occupied. The group finally managed to find a spot completely devoid of corrupted civilians on the 8th floor, near all the older games. After they sat down, Harry got a message. Let's find a place. We're done on our side. We heard this conversation already. Is that Saturday? Yeah, it seems they're done. Already? That was fast. Well, we did, but... You'll see, it's not exactly a luxury hotel, but it'll work. Here, I'll send a map point of the address to you. Okay, thank you so much. We'll make our way over now. The girls put our phones down and breathed a sigh of relief at having found, at least for now, a safe spot. The floor they were on housed a lot of fighting games and score attack games from the 90s. Harry stood up and walked over to one of the older fighting games, then looked back at Chio. Wanna? Not a chance in hell.
I have no idea how I passed that. I'm gonna be so real. I have no idea how I passed that. Hey, we got 2 on base. Let's go. Okay, so these are the things that we did already. Saturday reloads to prevent falling in the elevator. Saturday relays the information gained in the basement. Okay, 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 okay. Come on, Harper. Fucking hit it out of the park, bro. New song, new song, new song.
was in a nice flow state earlier, and then that, I don't know what happened there. Tori, good morning, darling. How you doing? Hope work was okay to you. It has been a day. I can't wait to hear all about it. And that's all that matters. Exactly. Penultimation. Oh my god, we have so much nonsense. We made it to the buildings in the location pin that Shio has sent us. I sighed. Told them to find a hotel and they sent us to an arcade. Honestly, I thought you'd be jumping at the opportunity here. This is hardly the time. The building was tall and had multiple stories, so we walked in. Found Shio, Eri, and Katomi at the 8th floor. Walked up and sat down. Hey, glad you made it. Barely. I'm guessing you've seen the state of things out there with the civilians. Yeah, it isn't pretty. We had a run-in with one of them. Sheesh. I'm glad you guys got out safe. Should we catch each other up first? I think so, yeah. Though you guys have more explaining to do than us. Fair enough. Katomi, Eri, and Shio recapped their adventure trying to get into this place, with their run-in with the zombie-like civilians. And that's how we made it here. I'm glad you're okay. You should have at least let us know that you were in danger, though. We didn't really have time, spur of the moment, and all that stuff. Fair enough. So, how did your group's expedition go? Did you learn anything of note? A lot, actually. Go on. I recapped our adventure in the basement, and then the reload and what we learned about the weak spots. These weak spots seem to be created in the places that are forcefully altered by dawn, which means there should be, 3? That would make the most sense. There's one in the building the building basement that we found, the one in the shrine basement that I found that one time, and assuming there's one in the wreckage of the geology museum back on Tanegashima. Right, our plan is basically to synchronize these 3 blocks together simultaneously. And then push a brute force on the encryption with the heightened memory granted through the sync. It would work, but it would require 3 weak points to be synchronized within very quick succession. How it's programmed, you get to give it as a 2-factor authentication of sorts, or 3-factor authentication, I guess. Right, that's why I think we split up. Katomi seems surprised by this. Split up? Are you crazy during the literal apocalypse? No, I think I agree. It's the only option, really. There's 6 of us, so we split into 3 groups of 2. That way, nobody gets left alone. Usually be extremely dangerous, but we've already proven that we have a rather extraordinary ability on our hands. True, that whole saving and loading thing. Still can't believe it exists, but I guess I don't really have a choice considering the situation. In that case, I think it's best we split up like this. I already took out a printed map of Japan. Have we just had that the whole time? Yes. You know what? Fair enough. Eri spread the map on the floor in front of us. Circled Tanegashima, Kagoshima, and Tokyo. Her suggestion was as follows. Ski and Shio handle the Tokyo weak spot, the Sunrise Building's basement. Eri and Katomi handle the Kagoshima weak spot, in the basement of the facility of the Okawachi Shrine. I don't like that the shrine is called Okawachi. I don't think that's a real shrine, is it? That is. Tori, thank you for streaking. I don't like our pitcher right now. I don't like Alvarado. Saturday and Allison handled the Tanegashima weak spot in the ruins of the Tanegashima Geology Museum. What do y'all think? I'm personally fine with it. These groupings make the most sense. We just have to stop them from scoring 1. That's all. That's all we need to do. Just stop them from scoring 1. Wait, but this means I'm going to be split up from Ski. Is that a good idea? I think so. It's advantageous to have Chio and I together, so we're both the most in the know about the inner workings of the Desk Breaker. Guess that's true. Fair enough, then. Think you might stream tonight? Yo, hell yes. Usual time? I'll try and keep it going until then. Okay, next question. Are we going to get to Kagoshima? How are we going to get to Kagoshima and Tanegashima? Public transit has gone completely haywire due to the current situation. Chio's the only one who could drive, which would mean she'd have to be moved to the Tanegashima or Kagoshima group if that's the route we took. Frankly, even if I drove, I don't think we could make it on time. I don't know when all of this is going to just collapse entirely. Playtesting a few patches on Little Nightmare Cafe? Hell yes. Okay. We just need one out, boys. I think the score tracker might be a little ahead. Because it's still showing me that there's 2 outs. And a guy on base. We can intuit some information from what Dawn said, but she absolutely has the power to just shut this all down anytime she wants now. That's true. Shit. How could we travel such a long distance quickly? Then it hit me. We could load. You could save my data and reload it back in Tanegashima. That would at least give us the ability to verify if this is a weak spot. If there is a weak spot there, there's something that can be done about it. Shit, wait, hold on. Hospitalized after the museum incident, and there was a lot of my recovery time was omitted from the data as it was stored in this Schrodinger's cycle. Okay, cool. We just catch it, and it's an out. It's a pop fly. We go into... Come on, game. Are you still delayed? Are you still during commercial break? Right, because we start with a man on base on extra innings. That's a thing that happened in this game that I definitely watch regularly. Was there ever a point in the Schrodinger cycle after the museum burned that I wasn't in the hospital? Story Lock 5. Revisit Memory Lane. You may have to go further back than you expect. So we're gonna mash through all of this. Ah, shit, too far. Oh wait, we could just save here. Troy, congrats on being not first. I'm not too bad. I hope you're doing all right. I'm very distracted by baseball. This is still in the hospital. Your coworkers, Dan and Sean, were talking about the Phillies pen game. They also hate Crosby. Crosby's such a little bitch. Oh my god, dude. Like anybody, hold up. Hold up.
Whistle there, I thought was their best shift of the game. And one thing about the Flyers, they're not. What happened here? Oh, Crosby goes down. Hathaway just skated by. He said he didn't touch him.
Pop.
Oh wow, stick came up and got.
People are mad that this was called embellishment. He got the lightest fucking tap, and he drops.
There may be a penalty. Francois Saint-Laurent looks like he's got it.
The biggest fucking bitch in all of hockey.
Hathaway has a lot to say to Sidney Crosby. Yeah, he's saying he dove, but it did look like the stick came up and clipped him. There's no question about that. Now whether it
Two things can be true.
as much pain as Crosby,
That's what I'm saying. That is a, like,
that's a separate question.
who's the one that's always, is it Messi that's always the one fucking taking a dive?
Crosby. The linesman's in conversation here with Hébert, the official. I don't know what Hathaway was doing there. I mean, he was just trying to adjust his stick.
Wait. So here's the part where they're showing it on the replay, right? They're gonna throw Crosby in the box.
Crosby going for embellishment. I have no problem with that. I mean, honestly, it looked like it was a minor tap. It looked like it was a high stick, but Crosby going down the way he did certainly brought the attention to it.
What? Pay attention to this girl with the hat behind him.
In this case, each guy going. Take another look at this. Got the stick behind his back.
Pop.
Up to the face.
This is the lightest tap, and he's like, oh no, oh no.
Obviously, he was surprised, but I agree. That was a little overdone by Crosby. I'd say so.
Wait, are they not gonna show the thing?
He got the attention, maybe too much attention.
Oh wait, okay, no, they're showing it now. Okay.
By the way, guys, that embellishment, the unsportsmanlike conduct on Crosby, first time in his career, regular season or postseason, that Sidney Crosby.
Okay, so there's like a gif going on where like the woman behind him is watching the replay,
And she like they're all watching the replay in that moment. And then as soon as they show him like drop to the ground, she does like a, and he like looks at her and he just smiles, and it's like, yeah, you know you got fucking caught, you little bitch. Okay, I'm glad we're all on the fucking Crosby's is fucking bitch made. What Flyer or Phillies, what is going on? I look away, it is now... What? Bases loaded with no outs? Who the fuck is this pitcher? What are we doing here, bud? You better pitch 3 goddamn strikeouts in a goddamn row. I swear to shit. This is the most hope any Phillies fan has had in at least 2 weeks. They will gut you alive, bro. Okay, so it's not that one. I thought it would be that one because it's question marks. Okay, so where are we supposed to load our data? Come on, catch it, catch it, catch it. Game over. Womp. Don't know what I expected. Who are you? You're offline. this is the past. Maybe I do have to go like all the way back. think we already tried checking this one. Okay, I'm so at a loss for where I'm supposed to go with this. To episode 8.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can't believe I didn't unlock a song.
Not bad. Gate opens. Thank fuck.
I felt myself fly through time and space, and eventually I reached a body that felt so distant from mine. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, whoa, damn." Allison jumped a little. Huh? Saturday, are you okay? You look... well, honestly, you look drunk all of a sudden. No, fine. I gotta go check on something, though. Can you wait here? Huh? Check on what? I started running out the door, Allison shouts, getting distant. Huh? Saturday, come back. There was no time to worry about that. I dashed through the streets of an island village that took on a completely different feel to me now. It's been months since I've been here. When you live your life in ignorant bliss, you don't ever stop to notice the little things around you. When you leave that bliss, you wish you had them back. I realized this now as I ran through the seaside streets toward the ruins of the museum. Damn, the Dustbreaker was really committed to making all of this feel real, to feel safe. I lamented it once more, the fact that I was choosing to leave behind such a world for a cruel reality, but my conviction would never sway again. We're getting out of here. The ruins of the Geology Museum were a lot different of a state than I expected them to be. Instead of being a burnt pile of crisp, the general frame of the building remained, but there were clear signs of burn damage. It didn't take long for me to find what I was looking for. That's hilarious. The weak spot was the exact place I collapsed after making it out of the museum. Much like the one in the Tokyo basement, it allowed remote terminal access. Okay, that's all fine and dandy, but I need to find a way to be able to access this in the present time. Are there any other functions we can use? I scrolled through the help commands output and smiled. Alright, 1028, I see you watching. I'll owe you one for this. A command appeared that wasn't there the last time I pulled up the command list. A gate command. Using this, I could allocate simulated objects of the world to act as gateways of sorts to other simulated objects, effectively creating a teleporter. With one condition. The objects had to inherit from the same object class, and be distant enough that the code that scans objects wouldn't trip over itself trying to scan too many. For Tanegashima, this was easy enough. Tanegashima was known for its space station, and that was a large aspect of its tourism appeal. There were lots of toy rocket ships and memorabilia sold all over the island. Linking that to one in Tokyo seemed like the way to go. But the Okawachi Shrine was a different story. It was in the middle of the forest, and nothing around it was distinct enough that the gate function would allow it to scan all of them. Shrine gates, trees, roads, all of these were very commonplace in Japan, obviously. Is there anything we can use? Oh my fucking god. The rocking horse. The fucking rocking horse, of course. Almost felt too perfect. Why the hell was that horse there? What was its significance? We never found out, but now it all made sense. Did Storyteller put it there, seeing all of this in advance? No, that can't be, right? Or was it you? I suppose it didn't matter. I applied the properties to the gate command and ran it. Sure enough, the link seemed to be established, and I ran over to the store across the street. So then if I touched this little display rocket here, I touched it and a large shock overtook my entire body, but it didn't hurt. I felt myself being ricocheted across space. I rematerialized in a familiar space, a small hobbyist entertainment store in Ginza. This place? What? Is this seriously the only place in the Tokyo area that sells Tanegashima merchandise? What the hell? I guess it makes sense. Better get back. I tapped the toy spaceship again and felt myself warp back across the world. When I arrived back at the Geology Museum's ruins, I had erupted in maniacal laughter. I couldn't help it. This is insane. What the hell is even happening anymore? Holy shit. In the past 24 hours, I'd broken so many fundamental laws of reality because it wasn't reality. And this world was a game, and I was finally playing it like one. It is a game I intend to win, goddammit. But I fulfilled what I came here to do, which means I needed to get my act together and get back to business. You know what to do, right? I'll leave it to you then. Storylock 6. You should know what to do by now. I'm gonna run through this just in case I do need to save it.
Eh? So I don't think I saved far enough. Okay, there we go. I just didn't save it far enough.
After I arrived, I relayed everything that had happened. I see. If that's the case, then we should make haste for the linked items. Wait, hold on, I have a question. What's up, Allie? Doesn't look confused. There's something I don't get. You say you went back to when we were boarding the ferry and ran to the museum, but I don't remember this. That didn't happen in my memories. Shouldn't that have altered the course of things? It's basically time travel. Huh, I don't know. Actually, I think I know what's going on here. The state of what's simulated by the world has been affected, but our memories haven't. What do you mean? Think about it this way. That shop that you teleported into was the one that Katomi later visited in Ginza. If you were able to ask the shopkeeper there, she would likely remember both of these things happening. But if you were to ask her before you rewrote what happened earlier in the simulation, she'd only remember Katomi entering. Wait, then what does that make the Allison that got confused by me running off? Simulated, maybe? But then, doesn't that mean all of you are simulated? I only got to this point by reloading a bunch. No, I don't think so. Okay, how do I explain this? The key thing to remember here is that as we stand, all of us are just collections of memories, emotions, reactions, and data. Well, other than the Nichibotsus. This isn't a real world, so our real bodies are still in the real world, stored in cold storage pods. If what you told me about Storyteller's glances into Layer 3 were accurate. I didn't have a good chance to put that in the story, but it was the truth. During her time in Layer 2, Storyteller managed to briefly observe the state of Layer 3 just to survey what happened to our original bodies. We're all in cold storage pods under the surveillance of the Japanese military. At the end of all this, each of us have to make it to the shutdown procedure for our data to be transmitted back. Until then, we're just minds, no body. Whatever makes it to the finish line is what gets sent back. All of our memories are real, and all of our reactions are real. If you had stayed behind when you went back in time and somehow made it to the shutdown procedure from there, the Allison that returned to the real world would. Remember you running out of the ferry terminal, but the Allison in front of us doesn't. Neither is more real than the other, I think. We're gonna have ads start in like 30 seconds. If you're not subscribed, just about a minute and a half of ads to help support the stream, and I thank you for sticking through them. It's really complicated, and we certainly didn't have time to be worrying about it now. I don't have time for all this, though. I'm sorry, we need to get moving because you set up that link in Tanegashima. We only need to worry about the gateway to Kagoshima. Right, let's go to the Sunrise Building basement. From there, we'll get set up in the Kagoshima gateway, and then we'll split. Right, let's go. I got an achievement for unlocking every node, but I didn't unlock every node. Try this one. It's an 11, so it's maybe doable. I don't have faith, though. Yeah. No, that's too much for me already, and it's only gonna get harder. Bum, ba-dum. That's a fun song. I enjoyed that one. It's just after Saturday, Allison and Eri and Katomi. Saturday, Allison, Eri, and Katomi split off from Ski and Chio. Gonna need you to guide me through the entrance you guys used. Yeah, no problem. They walked through the quiet halls of the abandoned building. What's up? Just kind of thinking about all of this. My involvement with the Duskbreaker project. No, Saturday she said she'd forgive me, but it's hard to, like, believe that, you know? Sorry, don't mean to drag the mood down. It's okay. The mood is already pretty down in the first place. Besides, the least I can do is listen. I guess. I'm just worried about what my future will look like once I'm out of here. You ask me, I don't think it's really decided yet. Obviously, things are going to be complicated for a bit on the legal side of things, but I don't think your life is going to be over. The rest of us have got your back. Even once all of this is over, you know? Do I deserve that sympathy, though? I'm technically responsible for all of this. Sure, but you owned up to your involvement in this. You weren't hiding it from us. You had genuinely forgotten, and the moment you remembered, you were open about it. I can tell you genuinely wanted to help, and you still do, and I think that matters more. Saturday said the same thing to me. Unsurprising, considering we're the same person. Fair enough. It's not that we're gonna just forget what you did in the past, but it's that you're choosing to fight in the present that matters way more, in my opinion. In Saturday's opinion, almost definitely Allison, and Aries and Katomi's too. Yeah, I guess it's just hard finding that same sympathy for myself. Can't believe I needed to take a bunch of early 20s kid to get me back on track. Ski laughed. How old are you anyway? I don't think we ever knew. Current sim layer time, as in December 2022, I'm 25. And my body would be too, because we're being held in cold storage. What? Huh? What's surprising? You were the lead engineer on the Duskbreaker project at age 23? Yeah, I was a bit ahead of the other engineering students my age. A bit? Sheesh, don't make a big fuss out of it, please. I already got enough of that working at the Sunrise Foundation in the first place. Fair enough, I just wasn't expecting it, is all. I thought you were in your mid to late 30s or something. Do I really look like I'm in my mid to late 30s? Oh god. No, not like that. It's just because of your occupation and stuff. And I'm still young, damn it. I'm not old. You're not. Sorry. Hey, first of all, game, fuck you. I'm not old either, and I'm in my mid to late 30s. It's okay. The two continued walking through the hallways. How did you end up in the Duskbreaker, even? I don't remember if we ever found out. I do remember what happened now, but there was just never a good time to bring it up. After Saturday was copied in, Allison freaked out. She demanded to be sent in after her. I had never seen such panic in someone her age before. I couldn't refuse. After that, we were raided. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I'm not sure what happened entirely, but the military showed up and they were not happy. I had a moment of clarity and realized that I'd just been responsible for 2 kids getting copied across dimensions. I threw myself into the machine and turned it on before they could capture me. So I ended up here. I see. Damn. I talked to Saturday a bit about what happened afterwards because Storyteller managed to figure it out while she was stuck in Layer 2. Satsuki and the rest of the employees were taken by the military, and the Duskbreaker itself was seized. Once they realized what was going on, they couldn't just shut off the Duskbreaker, so we were moved to a government-owned facility and placed in cold storage. Satsuki was forced to construct 2 duplicates of the DB helmet for Allison and myself to have so we could be copied back into our bodies eventually. Since then, our bodies have been in cryostasis in a fishery warehouse on the coast of Chiba, and Satsuki has been in prison. I see. Oh. What's up? This is it. Ski pointed to a crack in the floor that had been formed from the earthquake. She and Chio slipped through it and into the lower level. And if we go through here, it takes us to the basement where the weak point is. They walked down the basement hall and into the basement, and sure enough, the weak point rested in a seam created in the desk in the room. That's it. Yeah. Now we wait for Saturday to contact us. The 2 sat on the desk while they waited. What about you, though? What about me? What are you planning to do in regards to your form? Oh, that. I'm joining Saturday's Mind. I've already decided. I've already made up my mind. She and I agreed to do it directly before the final confrontation with Dawn, so that we can take advantage of having both of us active until then. So right before it all goes down, we'll merge together. Got it. Are you okay with that? Of course I am, but I'm definitely a bit nervous. How come? Well, it's just Storyteller joined with Saturday, and her form is just not here anymore. I don't want to stop existing or to stop being real. It's scary. I don't think you have to worry about that, though. I don't think Storyteller stopped having a mind of her own at all. Maybe she hasn't had a reason to come out yet, but I think she's still in there. You think so? Think about it. Storyteller as a person was split off, but then gained her own memories, her own feelings, her own experiences. The merge process doesn't delete those, they're still in there. Is that going to be okay, though? Shouldn't there only be one of us? We aren't supposed to be split up like this. It was an accident. Sure, but you are, and that isn't going to just go away. I don't think it should. You're Saturday, but you're still the World Keeper. You're not going to stop thinking, feeling, and existing as the World Keeper just because you share the same body as Saturday. You think so? I programmed the Duskbreaker ski. That function doesn't have code to delete any of the data it receives. Even if Saturday doesn't know it yet, Storyteller is still in there. Thanks. Of course. You know, I don't think I've ever stopped to learn more about you. More about me. What do you mean? I know some basic things, I know what's in the cycles, but I still feel like you and I haven't properly met, if that makes sense. We've been trying to thwart the apocalypse so much that we really haven't had too much for small talk. I guess that's fair. What would you like to know about me? I guess nothing specific. I'm bad about conversing, I'm bad actually conversing about this kind of stuff. Okay, fair enough. Well then, Anshio Sakamura, age 25, former engineer, current journalist, caffeine addict, obsessed with photography and image editing. Don't talk to me until I've had my... Okay, I didn't mean to list out everything. Ski and Chio laughed. Touché. Oh wait, do you have a question? I do have a question. How in the hell have you not been cold? We've been in the freezing north of Japan for months, and you're still rocking that very summery fit. Oh, that. Well, before regaining my memories of what happened, leading up to me going to the Duskbreaker, I never really paid it much mind, but I do have an answer now. I was working with the Sunrise Foundation. One of our projects required some testing in a very remote, secluded location. Setsuki managed to pull some strings and get us a small piece of land in Antarctica. Spent 3 weeks there. My body's been adjusted to the weather ever since. Wait, Antarctica? For real? Yep, testing was needed too, because it exposed a fundamental flaw in the project and had to get cancelled. Damn. So since then, I've been much more, bodily prepared for the cold of Northern Japan than others. That's a hell of a flex. Is it? Girl, you've got to live in Antarctica for a few weeks. What the hell do you mean, is it? Chio laughed. Point taken. What do you make of Eri and Katomi? What about them? I mean, you knew Allison and Saturday before you came in here, but Eri and Katomi are from that other world. Oh, true. I mean, they're friends of you guys, so they're friends of mine too. They're really lucky to have each other. That's true. Though I'm like 99% sure Eri has something of a crush on me, she's really not that subtle about it. Eri does? Really? I think so. It's really cute. Well, how do you feel about her? It's hard to say right now, because the extent of our relationship has been benefiting each other and getting out of this simulated world, but I'd like to get to know her better. She's usually pretty reserved, but I can tell she has a more mischievous side to her. I'm looking forward to getting to know her better. Wherever things go from there, we'll see. Damn. We sat for a few more minutes, and then finally, the notification came through on the phone Saturday had given me. We're here. How's things over there? We're also ready. What about Katomi and Eri? Sorry, we're here now. Did something happen? Kinda. We'll explain later, but we're both fine and ready. Okay, let me guide you through this. If you guys pull up your terminals, can you run the /help to get a list of available commands, and let me know if Mimalo and GetBlock are in there. Yeah, hold on. On it. Ski pulled the terminal out of the hole in the desk and ran the help command. Sure enough, the 2 commands I specified were on the list. Both are there for us. Same here. Okay, if you run GetBlock, can you tell me the block ID and the memory capacity it gives you? Ski did as instructed and typed the information in the chat box. We're in block ID 9F72B-C6E. It says we have 2.4 gigabytes of data allocated to this block. It says 36A1D552 for us and 1.9 gigabytes of data. Wait, why is ours less than Ski and Chio? Probably because Tokyo is a more populated, dense area anyway. It's probably not a good idea to allocate the entire block's memory to ours because I don't know what it'll do to you guys while you're in that block. Ski, I think we'll take 2 gigs from your block, and Eri will take 1.6 gigs from your. So that'll bring a total memory in our block to around 5.6 gigabytes, which is nearly tripling it. Sounds good. How do we allocate it? You'll need to run Mamalo, with the arguments being the block to send this memory to and the amount in bytes to send. So, Ski, your command would be /Mamalo 87D10CCB 21474868368. Eri, your command would be Mamalo 87D01CCB 17179869118. We'll need to coordinate these to be as close to each other as possible time-wise. So let's say once it hits, it's 318 right now, so the moment your phone shows 320, send the command, okay? You got it. Okay. Ski typed the command in and got ready to send it. Ready? Ready as I'll ever be. The seconds tick down. Eri and Katomi materialized into the forest environment that surrounded the Okawachi Shrine. Jesus Christ, I'm never doing that again. You're going to have to get used to it. We need to get back to Tokyo. Wait, do we? I don't know. Truth be told, there were a lot of things the 2 sisters didn't know about everything that was happening. They didn't exactly have the chance to ask, or complain about the fact that they couldn't ask. We'll manage, though. Either way, let's go inside. Hold up. I'm just thinking. About what? Katomi pointed to the rocking horse that they had used as a gateway mere seconds prior. Why is this thing here in the first place? Back when we were investigating what seemed like a normal missing persons case, it felt like there was some whole overarching ARG tied into this horse. Because of this image and the music box and everything, but that never got resolved. So what was with all of that? That's a good question. It wasn't like the rocking horse was necessarily significant, and it never seemed like the second shrine picture had come from Dawn. So, was it really just a coincidence? Definitely not. But we don't have time to be thinking about it. Let's go. Yeah, you're right. Eri and Katomi ran up the steps to the abandoned building that had unveiled itself as the shrine's true form after they had escaped all those months ago. Luckily, the door still opened and they walked inside. Was it like this back then, too? Like what? This sinister? Yeah, though the exterior appearance was just that of a normal shrine beforehand. To be specific, we entered this interior area through a small maintenance shack behind the shrine. Jeez. Eri thought to herself she had forgotten to consider that Katomi hadn't actually been there for the shrine incident back in the summer. The two sisters descended down the spiral staircase, their footsteps reverberating off the steps and walls alike. It's almost definitely because of the urgency of the situation, but the walk down felt longer than it had been previously to Eri. Finally, the sisters reached the bottom, and were met with an ugly surprise. Shit, I forgot all about this. The entrance completely caved in. Didn't it collapse behind you guys? I don't know how we can get through this. Yeah, it did. I can't believe I forgot until now. I'm so sorry. No need to apologize. It's a hell of a situation right now. Eri leaned against the wall. Honestly, Eri, you apologize a lot more than you should. You tell me that more than you should. Katomi scoffed at her sister. I'm serious. You're always really prone to blaming yourself when with people you trust. I guess I wouldn't disagree. It's just we're going through a lot right now, so it doesn't seem like the right time to try and make sense of my own feelings, I guess. Is there something you aren't telling me, sis? I want to help. You know how much you mean to me. Well, it's just... I feel like outliers in all of this. Saturday and Allison, they have their future set for them once they get out of here. I know I want to try to figure out what happened to us, but I feel like we're just getting started with our journey to our own truths. Just wish I had a bit of a break from it all. Then I catch myself thinking that and feel like shit because I think everyone wants a break, but everyone's putting in 110% to get out of here, and I'm wallowing in my emotions and shit. Yeah. Katomi walked over to Eri. What is it? What are you doing? Katomi hugged Eri tight. I get it. We've got a long road ahead of us, and things are really, really tough right now. More so than they've ever been. Probably will be for a while. But no matter what happens, we stick together, yeah? I don't want to leave everyone behind, and we start our own journeys. Katomi leaned against the wall next to Eri. Why would we leave the others behind? I don't know. It's just... feels really selfish that after all this, we'd still ask them to help us, or even just stick with us. They deserve to settle in after all of this. They shouldn't have to be stuck helping us when they've already been through so much. And yet, I don't think I have it in me to leave them and live without them after all of this. Yeah, I get that feeling. Even if me being childhood friends with Saturday and Allison was something fabricated by this world, those memories, those experiences, that bond I have with them is real. I don't want to leave it behind either. I don't think we should have to. It's not even just them, it's... Katomi looked over at her inquisitively. Look, okay, can you promise to keep this between us? Of course, tell me what's up. Eri leaned in and whispered something to Katomi, which was practically useless given that they were the only people nearby, but it brought her comfort to do so. Oh, Chio, huh? Yeah. Have you told her yet? Of course not. It's hard for me to talk about that kind of thing, and I want to wait until all this is over. I understand, but you should talk to her about it. I'll help you out however I can, okay? Thank you. Of course, sis. You know I got your back. Eri was more grateful for Katomi than she could ever put into words, but Katomi knew this already, and never needed any gratitude. The two of them were lucky to have each other. It's adorable. So about this, more immediate problem. The two of them stood in front of the blocked entrance. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. Immediately after Katomi said that, however, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Wait, already? But when she took it out, she saw something that confused her. Stand back. Now. Before she could think about what it meant, however, the ground began to shake. A giant burst of light filled the area, and Ari and Katomi fell to the ground where they were standing. Rocks flew everywhere, but luckily none of them managed to hit the sisters. When the dust cleared, a tall figure stood in the entryway, illuminated by the light from within. Immediately, both sisters knew who she was. Kanchi? The third sister stepped through the now open entryway. I'm sorry, I wish I arrived sooner. How are you here? It's a long story, and I don't have time to tell it right now. I only have so long before I get torn away again. I'm sorry. No, it's fine, It's okay, Ari. It's okay. I'm sorry that I've been gone, and I'll be gone again in a matter of seconds, but I needed to see you two again. Wait, Kanchi, please don't go. I'm really sorry. Even being here took an insane amount of energy, but Kanchi, no. Her form began to flicker and disintegrate into the environment. I know we'll see each other again, so please, wait for me, okay? We'll wait as long as it takes. I promise, Kanchi. We'll find each other again. Kanchi closed her eyes and smiled. Thank you, you two. I'm so happy you're still alive. And then, she was gone. Ari and Katomi fell into each other's arms and cried. Our memories were real. She's out there, waiting for us as much as we're waiting for her. Yeah, oh my god. The two sisters got to their feet again. She gave us our only chance of getting out of here. Let's go, come on. Right. The two ran through the basement hallway and up to the metal grate. Ari tapped on the terminal to open the grate. Ari and Katomi dashed into the atrium. Sure enough, the weak point lay in the ground by the operating chair. Okay, now we wait. Before she could finish talking, though, her phone buzzed. We're here, how's things over there? We've already read all of this. It's the exact same dialogue from last time. Ari pulled up the terminal from the weak spot, in an action that could only be compared to something out of a science fiction movie. Let's see, help. She input the help command and a list of commands pop up. Sure enough, the two commands specified were included. She did as instructed and noted down the results. Ari went back to her terminal and typed in the command and then waited. So we hit enter once the time is 3:20? Yeah. The sisters stood in silence as the seconds ticked down. I'm gonna go refill my water. I'll be right back.
That might have been a little too much. Definitely not a good score. What do you mean I still got an A? What is scoring in this game? You're legit curious if this is playable with a Voltex kit? I wouldn't be surprised. I did forget to give an ad warning. Welcome back from the ads. I wouldn't be surprised if you could play this on a Sound Voltex controller. Same way, like, I wouldn't be surprised if you could play it on a Beatmania controller. And I wish I had an adapter, because I would absolutely try that. Unfortunately, my Beatmania controller is old as fuck. And I don't have a PS2 to USB adapter. Lisa Volk, yeah. I was thinking like it'd work for Beatmania with just using white keys. The score is fake and straight. Yeah. How would LNR work in this regard? Because, like... What's the keyboard default mapping like? It is literally, like, I have mine... I think default is SD and LK, but I have mine set to DF and JK. So I think it'd be really easy to, like, keyboard map just white keys. Probably play this on my arcade stick. Oh my god, that'd be really funny. Let's find a song I can play on my arcade. I'd have to restart the... You're gonna mess up the... No. It's, So anytime you see, like, the blue and red bars, you just have to hit one of the two buttons on that side. It's very simplistic controls. Concrete Jungle, my favorite song by The Specials.
Not my favorite song by this, but it's up there though.
The skyline, dominated by cold, impersonal structures of glass and steel, reflects the stark pragmatism that defines this modern metropolis. Yet behind the gleaming facades lies a narrative of struggle and adaptation.
I've not been playing this nearly as long because like my brain still wants to read those LNRs as like chords, but they're not. Are you doing are you doing the same thing when you're looking at the charts too? Because that has been like the one pet peeve I've had in my brain is trying not to read those as chords. Let's fucking go! You would just read those as buttons 5 or 6 and full text maps them to the lower right. Man, it's been a... EDM cat intensifies. Fuck, I forgot what Voltex looks like. I only remember the 4 keys and the 2 knobs, yeah? Ah. I forgot about those ones. Yeah, I've just pulled it up on Google. And flip it upside. Yeah, actually. You're gonna make me do math, aren't you? The right and left and right black keys are rotated 90 degrees. Okay. I can just progress. I don't need to... I don't trust it. We're gonna run it anyway. Google was... Yeah. You're fine. You're fine. After setting up the gate to Kagoshima, Ali and I ran to Ginza, the small shop, which had the gate to Tanegashima. This place, it's a video game store. Yeah, I don't know either, but it's the only place that has the thing we're looking for. The shopkeeper was nowhere to be seen, though. That was probably for the better. She would have hardly been in a stable state. Memorabilia, Ah, here are. I'm going to do a small toy rocket ship on the shelf. So I just have to touch this. Is it gonna hurt? Not really. It's more of a bizarre feeling than a painful one. Fair enough. See you on the other side, then. Yeah, let's go. We touched the toy rocket at the same time, and I felt my body being split into millions of bytes of data. Flew across the islands of Japan faster than the speed of light and materialized on the other side. materialized on the other end. Allison seemed out of breath. You weren't kidding. Never felt anything like that. Yeah, it's something. You okay? Yeah, just need a moment. Catch my breath. After a moment, we were ready to move on again. Apparently, since the time I'd set up the gate, the object that was being used as the gate had moved to a different shop. We'd stepped out into the street. Shit, this isn't the same shop. It's okay, we're still near the museum. It's just a bit of a walk away. I looked around and finally recognized the environment around me. Oh, this is the precinct, huh? Yeah, if we run in the direction of the park, we'll get there eventually. The precinct, I'd only been there once, though I suppose it was more like I'd been here once over 8,000 times. This is where I met Eri. It was where the very first scene of the Schrodinger cycle was. We got moving, running through the streets of Tanegashima. Hey, why do you think we lived in Tanegashima? What do you mean? I mean, you and I lived in Tokyo right up until when we entered the Duskbreaker. We've never lived in Tanegashima in our lives, but the Duskbreaker put us here. Yeah. If I had to guess, it was trying to make it as hard as possible for you to find the truth. How so? Well, think about it. Tanegashima is pretty far from Tokyo. Makes sense that it'd stick out to you in a place far away from where everything actually happened. I guess that makes sense. I wonder why it didn't put us in Sapporo then. Probably because Tanegashima is way further away from Tokyo than Sapporo. Fair. We cut through the park. The museum was in our sights now. So, how is this going to work exactly? We're going to receive a lot of data in our block from Katomi's group and Shio's group. Basically, once we receive it, we use it to brute force the encryption preventing us from accessing the Duskbreaker's core. And then, using the system, we should be able to pause or at least slow down the effects of the corruption. If that doesn't work, we can also just add our larger synchronization so that we aren't stuck on layer 0 when it finally corrupts. Got it, okay. We had arrived at the ruins of the museum. After months of decay, you could barely even tell what it originally was anymore. We rushed up to where the weak point was located. Alright, I'm gonna message the others. Alright, we've read through all of this already. There wasn't a response. Shit, did something happen to them? Pulled up the terminal from the weak spot in the ruins of the museum. After a few seconds, I got their responses. We waited another few seconds, and then the responses came in. Ran the command on my own terminal. It said we were in block 87D01CCB with 2 gigabytes of data allocated. I did some quick mental math. And now we waited. We stayed in the center of the apocalypse as the seconds ticked down. Prepared the program I'd written to brute force the encryption and waited for the signal. 100 batteries? Are you shitting me? Alright, let's play everything all over again. I think if I get an A on this, I can now open up this level for whatever the boss song is going to be. For this difficulty. Which is probably still too much. Probably play on open. Oh god. I don't like this chart very much right now. Yeah, absolutely. This feels absolutely not. Okay, the let's fucking go is really hype every time. Oh, this is... I will be amazed if I somehow get an A on this. I don't think it's gonna happen. How did I miss the last note? How did I miss the last note? Still somehow got a B. What is the grading in this game? I don't know, let's play something not in this chapter. I just skipped all of these songs because I had all the batteries I needed. This game's doing a great job of trying to break me of my habit of just subdividing on one finger. Shoutouts to playing Project Diva on the PSP for giving that one to me. Never mind, that's still a hard habit to break. Every time I get these like multiple left and right bars, I still want to just double tap. And I know I should alternate fingers. This is easier to subdivide. My brain just doesn't like it. Why are we coughing, Tori?
Alternating fingers. I was so out of it, I completely forgot what I was even talking about. That was like, what did I say that was even an innuendo? Anyway, date rhythm game players. We have really strong fingers. So-called anarchists when you hit their pro state. True. Not me though. I've never hit anything pro state in my life. I know that sample. It takes two to make a thing go right. It takes two to make it out of sight. I still love that little bit of a sample in there. I don't know if you guys could hear that bit of a sample. I got an S+. Ish. Ayo? Ayo? Alright, we did that one. It was a nice little touch. Someone who, like, grew up hearing that song a lot. Like, every summer and every dance function. Anytime loud music was played. Just
everywhere on the fucking radio. There's another song in this game that had a sample that I liked, and I don't remember what it was now. I want to rock right now. What do you want to do with your life? I want to rock. Alright, we did that one. Did that one. Didn't do this one. Let's try that again, huh? Alright, this already sounds like my kind of shit. This is anime as fuck. Ads are gonna start in like a minute. It's probably gonna be less than a minute now. Okay, I did like that song. Alright, so that's at least everything in that chapter. And now we've got plenty of batteries. Convergence. The power of 3 blocks converges. The clock struck 3:20 a.m. Now. At once, an immense wave of pressure struck the area, and Allison and I barely held our balance. We had received the extra memory. Does that mean it worked? It means we can get started. I immediately started the brute force program. Right after I did, the world around us began to destabilize at a much faster rate. What's going on? It's okay. It's just because we're using a lot of the memory in this block right now for the program. Just hold on. We stood our ground as the world shook around us, geometry falling apart, like an old computer game when you went too far out of bounds. The brute force would take some time, and I needed to keep allocating memory to it continuously, which means I need you on standby, okay? There's no way Dawn isn't going to realize what we're doing. Suddenly, a large shockwave interrupted everything. Speak of the devil. And what do we have here? Dawn appeared in midair, floating down to the ground. Well. Looks like someone thought they'd be real smart. Piss off, Dawn. I'll deal with you later. Dawn laughed with a reverb so loud it could probably be heard by both of the other groups. You know, I was actually enjoying watching you squirm like rats in a maze, setting up your dastardly plan. It was, as the kids say, peak. But this, well, this just isn't good at all, now is it? You can't kill us, Dawn. You know you can't. Us? You know, I would have thought you'd have learned your lesson by now, but I don't mind demonstrating for you again. Of course, I wasn't stupid enough to not realize what she was getting at. She turned towards Allison. Go on, Saturday. Intervene. Save your precious girlfriend. You know you will, because she matters more to you than getting out of here. Right. Looks like we're going to need your help after all. I'm going to make her think that I'm falling for it. When I do, activate freeze frame. Protect Allison while I continue the brute force attack, okay? Ugh, you bastard. Don't you dare. Oh, that's it. That's the protagonist I've been wanting to see. Time to show some heroism, girly. Dawn materialized her pistol and aimed it squarely at Allison, who was holding her balance amidst the shaking too hard to say anything. Dawn, you... God damn it! I made a display of rushing and called out. Ski, are you there? Huh? I am. Is everything okay? How are you contacting me right now? Come on, sis. Only one way I'd be able to contact you like this. I need you to synchronize with me for a split second to activate freeze frame. What is happening over there? No time to explain. Please. Just then, I felt a wave of power rush over me. I'd received Ski's synchronization. I called forth freeze frame at once, and the world froze. I immediately rushed back to the terminal. Okay, I'm gonna keep at it here. Please, for the last time, alter the situation. In a dark abyss, a soul lies suspended in stasis. Another soul drifts down to rise them from their slumber. Allison, wake up. Allison's eyes fluttered open. Huh? Huh? Where is this? The void. It'd be complicated to explain, and we don't exactly have the most time, so... You're a storyteller. But how? Storyteller laughed. That would also be too complicated to explain. All you need to know is that the storyteller you're likely familiar with is not exactly the me you see before you. What happened? The last thing I remember is Dawn pointing her gun at me, and then I woke up here. Right now, we're in what I like to call a point of decision. A point of decision? Saturday has used freeze frame and essentially frozen the world you reside in until a power from out above that world layer can intervene and decide how what's about to happen unfolds. I don't get any of this at all. All you need to know is that right now, you're frozen in time and have the chance to turn things around. But I'm not a power from an above world layer or anything like that. That's me. I'm sorry, I still just lost on who you are. You're a storyteller, but you're not the same storyteller that I'm familiar with. Is there more than one storyteller? I'm sorry, I don't really know how I can explain it in a way that makes sense. There's only one storyteller, but there's infinite permutations of that storyteller. Same with you, and Saturday, and everyone ever born. Even animals, wildlife, plant life, anything that's alive is wholly unique and infinitely expansive. So I think I should worry about this after we stop Dawn from doing whatever she's about to do. Storyteller laughed. True, let's get to work then. How does this work? I'm going to temporarily lend you my power. You'll be synchronized with my layer, which I guess in the terminology your world uses, be somewhere between layer 3 and layer 4. And that will allow me to stand a fighting chance against Dawn mostly. You're going to have to defend yourself. I'm going to give you the ability to do so, pretty much. I see. So how do you do that? Are you ready? Once I temporarily join your mind, you'll be instantly sent back to the simulated world and time will resume. Yeah, I'm about as ready as I can be. Do it. Very well then. There was a bright light and the void around Allison faded away. Power rushed into her from all angles and she was flung back down into the simulated world. Hold tight, Saturday. It's my time to step in for you. Okay, so are we hitting a lock? Oh. Puzzle time. Right, I need to open up Shrine Report. Alright. Find a way to translate the route of red to cyan as the letter E. E equals 5, 5 plus 10 equals 15 equals O. Okay. Okay. I kind of get it. Where's the E coming from, though?
Everything is TV static. A small vial. Mine is in pills. Okay. So this is 5 plus 10 equals O. And we know that this is 5 because we know this is O. O plus 10 plus 5 is 15, and O is the 15th letter of the alphabet. So are we supposed to assign like arbitrary distance? Or is it supposed to be 15 plus 1 is 16? OP minus 15 is 1, A. R plus 13. E plus 14. Minus 10. I plus 7. 7 plus 2. Yeah, I don't think that's correct. It is decidedly not. Huh? Hmm. Yeah, I have. Okay, so I looked at the solution and I have literally no idea how you'd even get this. Yep. Oh. Okay. You get a string that isn't a real word, try shifting the letters by something. Try ordering the various variables at play by the colors. Roy G. Biv. One, two, three, 4. That's G, and then H. D. But what are we shifting them by? Wait. Am I still alive? Why do I have several open instances of the game? Alright. What if I shift everything by the number that it is? Right? So, E is the first letter, that becomes C. M becomes O. A. 3. 5. 4. H. N. I feel like it started off okay. The last 4 did not agree.
Wait. Where do you come in? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Are you magenta? You're not a real color. By shifting the letters, guys. It is much. Okay. A1Z26. Yeah. Okay, so it's just that's just the name for this. Okay, okay, okay.
Add the letters number value according to their ordering. Fine. Oh, okay. I got it right, kind of. I go wrong. Okay, this is... Okay, this is frustrating. I've seen the answer. I disagree with their ordering. Because the answer involves putting them in a rainbow order, right? The hint specifically mentions Roy G. Biv order. But the solution that breaks it down has it go red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, violet, and then magenta. But I did have the math right. Oh, I can't enter it here. Because you are not a green box. Wait. Okay, hold up. Because there's two vivid stasises now. How many boss songs have we had? Do we have to redo all of our boss songs? This is the first one. Still got it. This is a pain in the ass for broadcasting. Vivid Stasis devs, if you're out there, this is a pain in the ass for broadcasting. I could bring up another tab, like another game capture. Like, come on, man. Ingenious. Let's get out of here. Is that what it's called? Sound scan? No. Okay, so that's how we get there. Okay, quicker. Can I just... Am I not able to escape from here? I have to Alt F for it. Who's gonna do that? Alright, friends, that's it for now. We're almost at the end, though. I can feel it, but I don't think we're doing it tonight. It's already been 4.5 hours. Maybe we'll finish up tomorrow? I don't know. My sleeping schedule's been all kinds of jacked. I don't want to promise anything. We're gonna go say hi to Tori, who's doing My Little Night Cafe Nightmare, which is absolutely adorable. So that's where we're gonna go. Let me close out all of this nonsense. Okay. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out for a little bit. I have
social media there, a Discord there, and a YouTube there. Those are all the best places to find out when I go live outside of hitting the follow button and making sure alerts are turned on. If you're financially able to and you like to support the stream, you can do that through Ko-fi right there. I have a $5 a month sub off Twitch button, which is where you take the cost of a Twitch subscription to give it directly to content creators, and Jeff Bezos doesn't get any of it. And I think that's just grand, so I set up a way for you to do just that. However, spending money is never required to be here. The only thing to spend here is time, because I'm trying to keep it. Hi, Ari. Also illegal still. I love you. Yeah, spending money is never required to be here. Go ahead and grab this raid message if you're subscribed. Grab this one if you're not subscribed. I need to tell myself to copy it every single time because I can, will, and do forget. All right, let's get this right for the formatting. We're gonna go say hi to dear friend Tori, who is doing a cafe game. It's adorable. So until I see you again, Mooncakes, be good to yourselves, be good to each other. I'm sending a kiss to the stars directly to you, and I hope I get to see you around again real soon, okay? Okay, bye.